Alright, let's see what we've got. Audio. Alright, that looks good. Good morning, gamers, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV on Stream Stories Saturdays. Wow, that is going loud. We are back with Saphrine, back on the Furs, back in the Crystarium, and back to the main story quest. Last time around, we headed out to the desert and found the missing twin. Had all the funs of learning about the Light Wardens. Then came back to the Crystarium for a short stint to rescue the people of Holminster Switch. After which we learned about the Oracle of Light and her many successive generations. And Yulmor's very dickish mentality of constantly keeping the Warrior of Light to their, or Oracle of Light to themselves. That's where we left off, and now we're gonna go and try and rescue the current Oracle of Light from the clutches of the Yulmorians. Just want to seal her away. Exarch, what do you got?
You are doubtless eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength, you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary. It was not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrand. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you. My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmor a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Yulmor. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrad deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Yulmor's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost, but even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmor's ultimatum.
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear!
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
Yeah, they don't look the most...
And there you
combative.
have it. If Yulmor wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amarode to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure. At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Okay. Basically roofie everybody.
Very good. Siege your preparations.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
Okay. What nonsense do you have us doing? So, you'll be joining the guard, but however highly the Exarch thinks of you, you will receive no special treatment from me. Is that clear? Was just a good soldier. Good enough. Better. More spirited than the Exarch's field attempt, certainly. Now, first things first. You'll need uniforms. Go to the crystalline mean and report to Cadmus. She will see you measured and fit. And thankfully, she'll only have to make 2. Oh, that's gonna be fun. This place can be a little bit of a maze if you're not used to it at first. Ah, there's Laston. Your friends are being measured as we speak. Right, this way. I'll see you look your dashing best for your first outing. Done, are you? Let's have a look at those numbers. I see. How goes it? Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid we don't have anything on hand that's ready fit. But we do have a few that are fairly close. We should be able to make them work with some minor adjustments. Very well. See to it. Have the uniforms delivered directly to the field. I shall take the opportunity to brief you on the mission. As mentioned earlier, we will deploy Amaro to scatter the dream powder in the air. Once the powder takes the effect, an elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the worker. Her safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided where possible. I assume we are to be part of said unit. Correct. The unit will be divided into 2 contingents, one deployed from Fort Job, and the other from the Ostaya Imperative. You and Alphino will join the former. Saphrine will meanwhile join Ladto with me. Before you proceed with your positions, you are to report to Chesaline at Sprayet. Whatever. She will issue you a serum to ward off the effects of the dream powder. We shall be on our way then. Take care, then. And we will see you on the field. It is quite far to the Imperative, so you may make use of the Amaro for delivery after you have collected the serum, of course. Alright, let's see where we're going. Just a mail. Oh, it's gonna be in the medical section, isn't it? Alright. Time to give the kitty the shots. Yeah, sweetie. Is there something you need? Oh, one of the guard come for your drum, huh? Here you are. A dose of this will keep you firmly in the waking world while your enemies are off in dreamland. Now, if this is your first time, I should warn you, it is bitter as sin. Prince's Kiss, they call it, but if you ask me, they should call it Crown's Kiss. Just aside, the stuff really is foul. Most people gag like there's no tomorrow, but if you don't drain every drop, you're liable to end up taking a trip to dreamland yourself. So I must ask you to drink it here and now while I watch. Come on, give the old crone a kiss. Well done, sweetie. I'm proud of you. Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you'd enjoyed it. Now you don't need to fear sleeping on the battlefield. Just have care you don't lose any limbs out there, alright? They don't tend to grow back. Alright. Let's go find us an Amaro. Preferably a fast one.
Yes, what do you require of me?
Your fastest bird, son.
On tomorrow to take you to the Imperative, As much as I would like to oblige, all of our mounts are reserved for coming operation. I fear you will have to go by foot. But wait, there might be another way, assuming you were willing to lend a hand. I was about to deliver an Amaro to Radis Goes Round, one of the locations where the beast will fly for the operation. The tower lies on the route to the Imperative. If it near enough is good enough for you, you may make the delivery in my stead. Very good. I shall ready the Amaro for departure at once.
Is this my bird?
Radis Goes Round is to the north and the west. You can take the road or you can fly it. It's up to you. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry and she'll give you further instructions. If you should become separated from the Amaro, worry not. The beasts are trained to return to the rookery. That is all. Go well.
Yay! I can fly without having all my ether nodes. All that effort to return the night sky, and we still are blurry light during the day. Oh, speaking of. Thanks, Bert. Oh, crap. Fine, we'll do the story correctly. We're supposed to bring the bird to that sparkly point, then dismount. Well, this is embarrassing. Yeah. Alright. This time we'll do it correctly. Not get greedy. There we go. Oh, you're delivering an Amaro for us? I'm afraid there's been a change of plan. We already have all the beasts we require here. Instead, this one is going to the Imperative to the west. Please see to it that the handler on duty, Zeli Van Theo, if you encounter trouble along the path, return here and I'll set you right wise. Like I said, it works in our favor. There's another one. I'm not gonna fall for that bait again. Oh, the last tomorrow. Thanks, my friend. You may leave the beast with me. And before we do that, now we can go for the current. Say, I don't believe I know you. Did you join the guard recently? Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, you managed to arrive, and that's all that matters in the end. I bid you welcome to Ostal Imperium, one of our key strongholds in Lakeland. The first thing you'll want to do is report to the captain. You'll find her at the lookout across the way. Oh, Captain, my Captain. So, it seems rather than for the Armada delivered, you delivered the Armada. I'll not thank you. I expect all my soldiers to make themselves useful. Speaking of which, I have a task for you. In readiness for the Yakuris, Yamato will need to be treated with the same ceremonies. As you well know, however, it is not pleasant. In order to coax them into taking it, we have sprinkled it on their fodder. All that remains is to feed them. A task I'm sure you will enjoy. Fetch the fodder from the Amaro lunch and see it to the form of the beast. Dismiss.
this drugs feed. There you go, bird. Enjoy. Oh, it must be up. Where are we? Enjoying the view? Alright, and where's that mouse? There you are. Birds fed. No fights. Get 'em out of all fed. Good. The rest will already have been dust, so we need not fear any amounts succumbing to the dream powder. All units now have entered the final stages of their preparations. The time is nigh. Make ready. And await deployment atop the main watch tower. I will send your uniform along as soon as it arrives. That is all. A night smile upon us. All along the very tall watchtowers. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Still going. Still going. I went too far, didn't I? Nope, there it is. The operation is about to commence. Stand by. Ready? Booty time. I'm pretty sure. The purple is definitely a choice.
Keep moving. What now?
The Crystarium at a guess. Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
You're gonna be... Sound the alarm!
That was pretty effective. Gotta give them that. That's gotta be so uncomfortable on the ears.
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
It is time. Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
Real question is, how long is that stuff gonna stay there after the fact? I see a carbuncle. Oh, sure. Alpha No doesn't have to wear his because it hurts his Allison ears. It's understandable why Alice doesn't wear hers, because she's not very good with power rules. Really? More? I would have really didn't do this. Oh, everybody thought of it. almost at the airship. Dirigible, whatever you want to call it. And we finally have our oracle. Thank you. Are you from the Crystarium? Oh. Correct. We have come to rescue you. Your weapons, made to the specifications as banquets. Be ready to use them. Understood. Please lead the way. Don't mind us, we're just a random soldier on the field. Alright, let's see. Where are we going? There we go. Oh, he joined. Great. Brazen thieves. You'll regret coming. And that's one down. Now this is the person that Xenos was really looking for. That's not good. Come on, old man. Just lie down. Ow. Yeah, I would really love to see a fight between him and Xenos. That'd definitely be something.
You, boy. You bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks. By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yule.
Thancred?
Well, you've got an upgrade.
You are the wretch who stole her from us. And what if I am? What? Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
Yes. Morning, Emma. Hope things are going well with you. Someone pulled out an old spell.
Fool! You would see your city razed.
I would sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
Oopsie.
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way. But you would do well well to tread warily, for your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmor dare not bear its sting. Ilmeg, the fairy kingdom.
To think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds. Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter a world's course. And now the plan has gone awry. But how? How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the Source to the First? As if I didn't have enough on my hands already. Then again, with a soul such as that, mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
Oh, boy.
Not so long ago, here in the shadow of the northern ranges, lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk. Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
Now is the time for play.
We should be safe enough here.
No hello?
It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Why, it only feels like one to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
The girl, Minfilia, she and I were traveling together, hunting Sin Eaters. But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Yulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Ilmeg. And here we are.
Orianger has called this place home for a while now. Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim.
Or whimsy.
Happily, having trespassed on Orianger's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here. Sooner or later, the Yulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish 2 things. First, rendezvous with Orianger.
Yeah.
And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
He's not asking for much.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
She doesn't like green peppers.
You. The hero from another world.
Ew.
I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close and I knew I had to go to them. But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore. And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
God, Thancred, ease up.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
Oh, poor thing being scolded so.
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Come now, put away that frown and have some fun with us. Yes, let us have some fun. Lots and lots of fun.
Which way was it to Urianger's?
We've been there so many times, but I can't. Oh, why can't I remember?
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
Ilmeg is a fairy kingdom, as one might expect. It is home to fae folk. The most prominent among them are the pixies, who have a penchant for making mischief. They use powerful illusions to play tricks on all who venture into their domain. By way of an example, they can make a familiar path seem wholly unfamiliar, or lead you to believe you're somewhere that you're not. And we are now, I am sorry to say, entirely at their mercy. Dun, 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 As it stands, we cannot hope to find a way to Urianger. For that, we must convince pixies to lift their spell. From what I could make of their voices, the creatures want us to play with us. If that is the case, they should permit us to find the village. Lindra and Leon. Come. I have a sneaking suspicion this path will lead us directly to their midst. Oh, and I should mention that Minfilia has been informed of our situation, of the different worlds and our mission. You may consider her an ally. Well, at least she's not a minor. She has some capabilities here. Well, here we are, yet the pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, their games have already begun, in which case... Saphrine, there's a variety of plant native to these parts with a distinctive tip. Looking grass is its name. So called because it can be used to spy pixies, believe it or not. I'll explain how I know all this later. First, I need you to help me find some. Oh, if a voice calls out to you, under no circumstance should you respond. You will only subject yourself to further mischief.
Ooh, what a visitor. Where are you from, Peter? What is that? What is that? When is that? In your dreams, perhaps? Forget all the place. Real Meg is your home now. Today, tomorrow, and forever.
Well, I deserve that one. I take it you met with some trouble. Apologize for subjecting you to that. Can I assume from your presence that you managed to find some of the looking grass? Yes, this is the stuff. Thus armed, we should be able to see through the pixie's veil of invisibility. And seeing them is the first step in dealing with them. Come, let's gather everyone and put Urianje's little trick to good use. Jeez.
Farasitha, Krakleath.
I see you. Wow, that one has some audio.
How did this mortal know our trick?
Wait! I recognize their souls. These two have been here before.
Jeez.
Look, twins! How adorable!
Oh!
Play with us!
We have neither the time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianje.
Oh yes, Urianje, the peculiar one. In return for a place in El Meg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for
We're doing good over
7
here.
nights without
Trying to survive the
any
heat.
sleep.
Hopefully it's not too bad where you're at.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we?
Should we? Would we?
What now?
I don't know, but this is their home, so we must indulge them.
Oh, which games? It varies. Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter.
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition.
Have been the main
that
things
you
of
first
late.
Lend us a helping hand, or 2, or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urianje, Pixie's honor.
Well, there you
Oh,
Pixie
Dave.
chores. I suggest we
That's
split
tough.
up.
I'd probably say 14, since that's the one I do the most. What the heck?
Ooh, look at me, I have a task for you. Banana is our blood village, and we want to take it. Always looking lovely. I can't look lovely without flowers blooming. No flower blooms lovelier than ever blooms. So here are some everbloom seeds. Take them and sow them here and there and everywhere around the village. Simple and simple, yes?
Alright. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom.
Ooh, I can't wait for the flowers to be bloom. Perhaps I'll make some pretty curtains out of them.
Aside from streaming, honestly, not much, other than working. At my point in life, this is basically the only hobby I have, considering that everything is stupidly expensive. Schedule, yes. Oops, that's not the best. Monday would be Monster Hunter, 6 p.m. U.S. Eastern. Thursday, we're doing Final Fantasy VIII, 6 p.m. U.S. Eastern. And obviously, Saturdays. Let's see, Final Fantasy VIII, we're almost at the end of Disc 2.
Helping us grow flowers, are you? They'll make a house look so much lovelier. There used to be a city of mortars here. Great big bustling place called Volbrand, or Barvrut, or something such. Sin Eaters came and everyone disappeared. Since then, we pixies have been living here. We begin to open old houses our old touch. Lovely, don't you think? You're unsown our seeds, thank you. They shall call help the other live up to its name, which means flower house, in case you weren't aware. We weren't always here, you know. We used to live up deep in the lush forest. It was beautiful beyond compare, but almost all of it was swallowed by the light. For a while we roamed, but eventually found a place that men had abandoned. Together with our fae folk, we decided to make it our new home. Land of everlasting spring, this is our home, and it could be yours too, forever and ever and ever.
Oh, thanks. You Fae are weird. Yeah, thank you for that. Hope you enjoy it. And yeah, thanks for showing up. Yeah, these days I've become full PC because consoles, unfortunately, have gone way too heavy on the subscriptions, if you will.
Malta, here are Pilly. Our precious children are thirsty and need you to bring them water. Who are our children, you ask? Why, they are the leafdom you see standing about our village. Adorable, aren't they? Now you need go to Longmirror Lake to draw the water. Once you have it, see to our children have a good drenching. Oh, be warned, if Woth make their home at the lake, they tend to play rough, so have care.
Not really to criticize on PlayStation and Xbox folks, but I've never been a fan of the way Xbox Play or Pass and PlayStation Plus have become. That's good to hear. Hopefully you haven't suffered too much with the RAM prices of late. And everything else.
You're given what for children, thank you very much. They are very dear to us. They wandered into Elmeg as stray mortals, but we grew attached to them, and they decided to take them in. You and yours would have been our children too, but the enchantment didn't catch as well as we'd hoped. It is never too late, of course.
No
thanks. God, I'm so hungry I may faint. Fruit, a little fruit, will set me all right. Will you go forth and fetch me some? Just as it's available, you'll find a hillock. 2 great bed trees grow there. If they give them a shake, they should render up their sweet succulent burdens.
That's surprising. Actually, I should double check. Make sure. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Howie? Got so happy. Did you get some food? Oh, thank you ever so much. You saved me. Saved me from my boredom. Should have seen a look on her face when the bugs came out, Ah, you've done me a great service, Mortal. If there's one thing we pixies are serious about, it's having fun. Dull and painful things, hate them. Sin eaters are dull and painful both, so we hate them especially. You mortals try fighting those monstrosities, but that is no fun, that. Best to avoid them altogether, we say.
How goes it, Saphrine? So, mix of manual tasks and pranks. Yes, that pretty much sums up my own experience. They have no troubles worth all this name. How long are we supposed to keep at this? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed. Whenever I inquire how much more there is to be done, the answer is ever the same. A little. I doubt they will have any intention of releasing us in the near future. Arianche once told me a story about the pixies. They are born of souls who died as children, or so it's believed. Though they did not have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains imprinted on their souls. And so they would only live to play, keeping hapless mortals for their pleasure of years on end, some even until death. In the past life, when I sought to identify the true nature of ghosts, I came upon literature examining a similar subject. The soul was likened to a core that resides in the ether, and its presence is whatever differentiates us from such beings as sprites and arcane entities. Upon death, as the core ordinarily dissipates alongside the ether that can compose the flesh, however, it may be held together and bound to a corporeal realm, either by will of its owner or by the means of a certain arts. And in time, the soul may regard the ether unto itself to assume another form, or find a newly emerged life in which they abide. Pixies may be one such of this instance. If ghosts and mere souls are without bodies, what does that make us? Think if you become that which you are fear most, Brother Deist? However the pixies may have come into being, if we leave them to judge, when they're satisfied, they will never be satisfied. Nay, we must negotiate new terms with the creatures. Where to begin? Seems to me we would need at least one among them to sympathize with us. In the course of your chores, did any of you encounter a pixie who seemed even the faintest amenable to reason? We got our favorite one? What? You knew a pixie from before. Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered in a pact. You might have mentioned this sooner. At any rate, I dare hope this will offer a way out. Without further ado, then let us summon this Feoul, if you please. Alright. Let's get our favorite one out here.
So, my sapling has finally remembered about her lovely branch. Well, it's such a half-hearted call. She may as well have lopped me off and cast me aside. I have no sapling. Oops. How is that your ideal of a phone call? Sudden luck could do it much more fire. Use brands. There we go.
You're late! Late! I've been waiting for you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting. But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing she is. Cold and cruel and heartless!
That expression.
Another self-important little brat. Just what we need.
Reminds me of my childhood.
Dead man walking.
I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke.
But just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Well. If it isn't Theo Ool, the mold Theo. It's been too long.
What's her name?
Not long enough for you to think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself. Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, she will never be yours. Never, ever!
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
No! You can't keep them either! They're for my amusement and mine alone! And if you lay so much as a finger on my sapling, I'll scatter the contents of her bag all over your precious village. There'll be cold, hard metal, furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that,
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Urianger?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
It seems we won't be joining you.
Aye! We'll reveal the hidden Vernic to you at once.
Oh, that's
so this is
amazing.
the true Ilmeg.
How are you feeling?
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Urianger?
Your lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
Awesome. Alright. That's done. For Ethno now, as I say, let us be quick. It would be a shame to return only to find the day had been made to play one game too many. Now the place we seek is abandoned manor of a nobleman and a scholar. Bookman Shelves, it's called. After a few vast collections of tomes, an agreeable habitat for our friend, I'm sure you'll agree. If we follow the path north, we should find the place. Come along. And we just leave the twins to their own. And here we are at long last. I give you Urianger's humble blue. Come, let's see if he's home. Yep, this is definitely the place he wants to be.
Urianger, are you in?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends her way. The Exarch did send word that thou wouldst seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon. Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
Run along, Minfilia. We will meet you outside.
But...
Ouch.
got one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already? That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity. As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come. There I saw the combined forces of Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald. So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time. Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile: Black Rose. Its potency defied all reckoning. Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides. From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed, for spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil. To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might. Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist, and those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order were no more. For the weapon spared not one, not even thee. An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th Umbral Calamity which I did behold. No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy.
that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency. Come. Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
Punk, what do you think we know?
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition. Astral, the active; umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, the denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral.
But
thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the 2 forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
"'Tis indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events. The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings. Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
we would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity. Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged. We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Ilmeg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leergear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake. To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation. Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
oh, lucky us. Wonderful, wonderful. Just another day. My friend, ere I speak of the task at hand, there is a question I would pose to thee. What thinkest thou of mine appearance? Since when have you cared about your appearance? Did I lose weight? If 'tis of the flesh you speakest, I cannot rightly say. However, in taking up astrology, I may have shed some yalms of fabrics. My present attire better suiteth the art. Though the night be lost beyond the shroud of the blinding lights, doubt not but that the stars still shine. I have chosen to avail myself their guidance, that I might navigate the sea of uncertainty that stretcheth before us. But enough of myself, let us now speak of our tasks. As I did mention, if we are to enter Lithgii, we must need gain the pixies' cooperation. This is a simple matter of presenting unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selections of Vivians, and shall be please their palates. Thancred, pray assist me in this endeavor. Meanwhile, Saphrine, I bid thee obtain that which will please their eyes. In these parts there abideth a vilekin known for his beauteous wings, the hawker. I shall lend thee a recipient within which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen. All right. Let's see about not killing one of these things. So yeah, Urianger's PowerPoint presentations always get to be lengthy like that. Ooh. Thou art returned. Wert thou able to capture a hawker? A truly magnificent set of wings. I shall treat them at once to make fast their vibrant colors. Thancred too should be returning anon, upon which I shall ready all items for presentation. Pray take thine ease meanwhile.
"'Tis done. The pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget.
White orosite.
White orosite, newly forged for thy use. Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary. Our eternal enemies. Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
Okay.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
Thancred. Come on.
I did as you asked.
That's my girl, thank you. I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me. Which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether. I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia, once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear. Yet have care thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire. Hast thou spoken to her of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. 'Twas there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Sass a little. It's been a while since we've had an echo.
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. you have ever watched over me, Thancred.
Even back in 1.0.
Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
What happened?
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it. I have told her many things. Where we came from, what we fight for. But of that day, I have not spoken.
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate. The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
And which one?
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Leader Loran.
Aw. Okay. Guess that's a no. Now's your time. We weren't expecting you all back so soon. We had scarcely begun playing with the twins. That said, your gifts are truly wonderful. Let me tell you, milk and honey and the biscuits won't last a day, and the wings are the loveliest we've ever seen. You've done us a great kindness, and it is Faye's custom to return the gesture. If you desire anything of us, you need but name it. Alright.
So, what is it you desire? Rusty old coins like you mortals won't to collect, perhaps?
We are resolved to vanquish the Light Warden of this land. To that end, we desire entry into Lithgii.
What to strange lands? Which for? Might as well ask for your death. But if that is what you want, who are we to argue? Very well, I shall speak with the others.
You've been clearly busy, Urianger. Would you be so kind as to tell us what we've missed? So that was the purpose of the gifts. Is there anything you can tell us about this Light Warden? I, my lady, by this circumstance most tragic Light Warden of this land,
is our king and ruler Titania. It was not always so, of course. Our king, the first Light Warden that threatened our home, you see, and fought in and won. But with all the horrible light that came out and went and corrupted them, turning them into the new Light Warden. Now they're king only in name, not remains of the wise and just ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to seal the castle them inside. The magic for breaking the seal, we divided into 4. We wove each into a different relic to keep apart until the time was right. And this dress is one of them. It has been our safekeeping for years and years, but we had decided to entrust it to you.
Are you sure?
Of course, custom demands it. Though you are most certainly going to your deaths, we thought we should at least let you try. That way, we get to watch what happens. Of course, you can't break the seal unless you have the other relics, too. The shell crown is with the fourth, the stone scepter is with the Pneumo, and the crystal shoes are with Yamaru. Good luck finding them all.
The facts that disclose conferred mine own understanding. Our quest lieth now before us. First, let us take to the lake. There is to claim the shell crown from the fourth. If we call to them before the untouchable gate, they will answer.
Go, go, go.
Hearken to me, O spirits of water, we are come with an entreaty. Not a talkative mood, apparently. I'm not exactly sure how this gate works. But if the fourth are water spirits, perhaps we should take our search into the lake? I suppose a brief dip couldn't hurt. We all know Sankrid swims like an eel, but what about you, Minfilia? I can swim well enough. Thancred taught me. Excellent. What about you, Erinjari? I'm not sure I ever asked. Rather than swim, mayhap it would be more expeditious to walk upon the surface by means of magic. You too, Yaji. That you should be a kindred spirit. Worry not, my friend. I know some helpful tricks, and I should be more than happy to share them with you. Together we shall conquer the waves. Well, aren't we a lively lot? And you have entreated for us, you say? An entreaty from mortals? What a treat. Aye, my comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the vile Light Warden. To that end, we would humbly beg the loan of the Shell Crown, which we are given to understand is in your safekeeping of your people. Oh, is that all? Of course, you may have it. You shall have it. Just like that. What do you want from us? Oh, no need to be suspicious. The crown simply does not mean much to us at all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us, for we forth it is over before it's begun. We couldn't care less what becomes of the Fair King, nor the world for the matter. Having said that, we do seldom have mortal visitors, and it would seem a shame not to make the most of you. Touch the untouchable gate, and come hither to our domain, Donmen. In our tongue, it means forbidden. Sounds forbidding, yes? And so it should, for we are one with the water, our home wrought with ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through. Give us thrilling sport, and we will give you the crown. And there we go. Next dungeon. Alright, so who are we gonna have along the way?
My strength is yours.
Let's give it our all.
Alright. That should be good enough. Into the deep, watery depths. Oh, he's not back. Alright, Thancred, on your go. That's what we want. Exit.
Prepare yourself!
Eight. Okay. We go. There's the first guy. Just your normal tank buster. Are we doing? Yeah, we're doing the fun mechanic. Gotta watch for the pools. They explode after 2 stages. There's no way I'm creating that. Fine, I'll take this side. really loving those tank buffers. Yep, yep. And here we go with puddles again. Shoot, that was too close. Might actually hit it. Yep, definitely getting this one. That's one down.
Prepare yourself.
There we go. Oh, nice shot. Moving forward. Wrong one. Have it again. Moving on.
Prepare yourself!
Yeah, he's doing good.
You underestimate me!
Almost there. All right, number 2, the fun one. That should be the rate wise. Nope. Let's pick up the lines. Damn it, Alphino. That was fine. Basically, if he gets too many of those buffs, you get screwed. And we get fun little plants that we knock around. Grab mine now. Do it.
Keep your guard up!
Ooh, we getting big. Two down. Oh, it's that outfit. Okay. Good, good, good. There's the crown.
That was easy. Yeah, he got us. It's a Kelpie. Everybody loves a Kelpie. This one all by itself. 'Cause honestly, that hole, if you try to wall it, is devastating for first timers. Most tanks don't realize how much you're getting hit on that. You get to end home. Alright, last set.
Leave the healing to me.
Alright, now, big guy, here he comes. There's our crown, there's our prize, and there's their champion. Gotta appreciate his outfit, at least. What? It's Tank Buster. That should just be a rave line. Look away. So you don't get transformed. Ooh, Alphino got close with that distance. And the fun part. I would watch them, but I actually have to pay attention on this. Thancred cheats. Alice does it correctly. Alphino is going to take his sweet old time. This guy loves lit tentacles. That's frontal cone from, not Void Heart. No, yeah, it is Void Heart. This guy is basically the same thing. And we got that coming back. Play it again, Sam. Play it again. Looking away. Staying out of the cone. Carba can do whatever it wants. Yeah, we're not letting you have that. And he's down. All right, let's go get our crown.
Well fought, well fought.
We have a lot of watchers, apparently.
Jolly good, sir.
No other way. Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
We have satisfied thy demands. Wilt thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course. There it is. The relic you seek. Yours for the taking. Have care you do not break it, though, yes. Ah, but you, my friend, you are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
Hey.
More! I want to see more of her!
Yes! Yes! I could watch her forever!
Why don't we just make her one of us? Yes! One of us!
Of us. One of us.
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that? You may have the crown, but in exchange, we will have you!
Huh.
Wake up! Wake up, damn you!
Apparently forgot to tell everybody we had our little thing from the Ruby Sea.
You're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can. I'm sure you had your reasons, but the first rule of dealing with the Froth is do not deal with the Froth. It's said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them. Your friends are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I expect.
So this was the fallen city.
That's the royal capital of the Kingdom of Verbert down there. It's seen better days. They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites. Set in their ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people. It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew, while the street lamps burned hot and bright outside. All dead and buried now. Them and anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for? I wonder... I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
Ow. Calling back to Ishgard, that's a correlation of sorts. And the Fwath, they're pretty jerks. Throwing us all the way into the mud. I'm going back in. Nay, my lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee thee rest a moment. There was nothing when we looked. Saphrine. Dear gods, what not for Soroban's blessing, but I need not think of that point. I'm glad to see that you safe and well, my friend. Have you any idea how worried to wash up on the shore only to find you weren't with us? Oh, what am I forgetting? Here's your crown, Your Majesty. Wath kept their part of the bargain, at least. While there were certain twists and turns, our work here is done with everyone none the worse for the wetness. Oh, thank goodness you're still here. Sudin, is something amiss? Great big mob of mortals is marching towards Ilmeg. Mortals with ugly weapons and uglier faces. They wouldn't have any friends of yours, would they? Oh, rather the reverse, I fear. Yulmoran army, I guess. Meaning, we can play with them, right? As much as you like. But just to be sure, I will return with you to confirm their identities. If they are whom we suspect, we will require your aid. If Alphino is coming, then I'll say it was two. Yes, yes. Can't have one without the other, you know? All right, just remember we're not your playmates this time. I'm afraid we must leave the rest of the relic hunt in your hands. Perhaps, but I would feel better if we were there to assist you. Back to cheering you on from afar. See you afterward, my friend. Dun, 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 dun. With our enemies fast approaching, time is of the essence. We must needs accomplish our mission with all possible haste. Of the two remaining bearers of the relic, the Numo are the newer. We shall seek them out. Next, among the Fae folk, they bear the distinction of having abetted these lands since before the flood. They are also the friendliest to the men, having served me faithfully whenever I have called upon them. Indeed, they are a source of much knowledge I have acquired in my time here. The path leadeth away past my dwelling. Let us away. Alright. The Numo it is. Oh, bum 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 bum. So I have 2 zones to get all the Aetherites for. Once I get this done with, that's going to be great. Past yonder cliff lieth Palani, home of the Numo. The others have gone ahead to scout the way. Come, let us follow. Nope, not that one. If the path striketh thee as propitious, it is because it is a mountain once a mountain trail. For where the lake lieth, there was a valley, in whose midst thrived the city of Obrent. 'Twas only when the flood came in the wake of the flood that the settlement was drowned. We stand now upon its former outskirts, grazing lands where shepherds once tended their flock. But one cannot help but feel a pang of loss when faced with such a spectacle. One can scarcely blame the fair folk for so altering the land. The blame lieth for that lieth rightly with the light, a force terrible enough to bring an entire civilization to its knees. An entire world that it should have been allowed to rise up unchecked is even the greater regret. Yet in spite of all the tragedy which surroundeth me, full glad am I, for I have the chance to be here. 'Twas these hands which brought together the warrior of darkness and Minfilia, lest thou forget. Therefore, even were there no faith or calamity to forestall, it seemed it only the right that I strive to deliver the first from its doom. Yeah, you were working behind the scenes to make things difficult for us back at Heaven's Word. Only right, I say, thou such words ill convey the strength of my resolve. In truth, I can no more ignore the plight of this world than I can choose to stop breathing. And thus do I labor for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. The coming struggle promiseth to test our limits, but so long as we stand together, I doubt not that we shall prevail. Aha! Mortals, just as we thought. Hast thou business with us? Business? No. Ha! Nothing so boring. We smelled you coming, and thought we'd come to play. They do not appear to be pixies of the Lady Leon. My apologies, but we are in some haste. Mayhap another day. Oh, in some haste, are you? Then allow me to hasten you on your way. Well, that sucked. I think we backtracked just a tad. Teleportation magic. For mercy, we were not sent far from our course. Should the pixies find us again, however, they will most assuredly repeat the trick. We have not the time to waste. Let us avail ourselves of an enchantment I have learned.
Fey cloak 'tis called, the most ingenious magic, which rendereth one invisible to fey folk, albeit briefly. I shall cast the enchantment upon thee. Under its aegis, thou art to make thine way past the pixies and rejoin our comrades. Know, however, that the enchantment shall suffice to veil thee and thee alone. Be not tempted to employ a mount, as it will only serve to give thy presence away. I shall cast the enchantment on thee once more. The effect... Oh, wait. We already have it. Can we sprint? Yes, we can. And then we can jog! Barely noticeable. Now we can mount. Yeah, don't ask. I assumed you were right behind us. What took you so long? I see. Yes, I'd say that's a valid excuse for lateness. You are hereby forgiven. Another good news, the Numa village lies just ahead. We're here. We'll enter as soon as Arianger deigns to join us. Thancred obviously knows how long Arianger's little lectures can go. Hi. Ah! Mortals! Here, lots of them! I'm Saphrine of the Jehovah's Witnesses. I thought you said the Numu were men's best friend. Poor thing was beside itself with fear. 'Twas beside itself, perhaps, but not with fear. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you, to have so many mortals here appear at once. It is more excitement than we can bear. Greetings, Elder Wendek. Tyranny, it hath been a while. Pray forgive my brevity, but the time is against us. We are come to borrow the stone scepter of the Numa. A stone scepter? You must mean to lift the seal over the Nga. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. If this king is set free, none here will be safe. Unlike our Fey cousins, we Numu call this land our home since time immemorial. Leaving is unthinkable. Thus did many full of us lay down our lives to see the way our king when we were corrupted by the light. If we do as you ask, our sacrifice would have been in vain. Okay. Saffron's a little impatient. Such discourtesy! This is unacceptable. Unacceptable, I tell you. Honored elder, pray believe me when I say that this woman is possessed not only of strength required to vanquish the king,
but something still more valuable, a means to resist the resultant corruption. Indeed, she hath already laid low the Light Warden of Lakeland, without all succumbing to the influence of its light. She is yet a stranger to this land, 'tis true, but she harboureth the self-same desire to see the Sin Eaters limited as we do. Will you not lend thine hand, as we might see thy beloved home restored to its former glory? Huh. You always have done us right, Ruyanja. If you have placed your faith in this woman, then so shall we. As you say, we want nothing more than the rid of these Sin Eaters. Be that as it may, this is not a decision to be made lightly. We will require time to deliberate. A turn of the moon, perhaps? Oh, we don't have a turn of the moon. Unless we want to debate this with the Yulmoran army. Elda, given all that is at stake, I cannot well expect thee to simply roll over and acquiesce to our request. But even now a powerful foe draweth near, and I fear I must beseech thee to hasten thy deliberations, that thou mightest fetch us the scepter while there is yet time to use. Roll over? Fetch? Oh. You know full well what not gives us greater pleasure than to render aid to men. You know full well, yet you speak words power. Regardless, it is unfair, I tell you. These are the weirdest creatures ever. Ah. In happier times, it was our honor to assist mortals in need and receive rewards befitting of our deeds. And the kingdom of Vombrant fell. However, we have been starved of man's patronage. After so many years of deprivation, it is difficult to ignore an earnest entreaty. Very well, Arianchi. I promise to give you a swift answer as I may. In return, I ask that you and yours remain here the while and bestow upon us your patronage. Is this arrangement agreeable? He cruelly used the keywords against them. Nothing less should be expected from Urianger. You will offer your patronage to our people, yes? Let's see, perhaps you can begin with Martin Odes? They are one of our foremost artisans, once held in the highest esteem by the Knights of Verba. With the Knights gone, however, Martin Odes has no opportunity to put their skills to use. They would be overjoyed for your patronage. $1,182, $1,183, $1,184. Wait, did I already count that leaf? Ah! Who? What? Where? What? Wait! You're immortal. Huzzah! Well met. Yes, very well met indeed. Have you old and tired arms and armor that threaten to fall apart at the critical junctures in battle? If you answer yes, you've come to the right pneumo. I will restore your equipment to pristine condition for a payment of a pair of Mossfug leggings. Mossfug. I roam just outside the cave. Please, 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 please give their legs your patronage to meet me. Well, I guess if you really insist.
One for you. And one. Not that far. Morning, Catastria. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're surviving the heat. Good to see you again. Ah, you've returned, and with the moss fungus legs, I hope. These are tools of my trade. Lest you wonder, used miles metal, leather, and alike an illustrious sheen. Now that I have work again, I must replenish my stores. We only got, well, no, technically we got 4. Because they have 2 legs per. Right? Or are we counting them by pairs of legs? Huzzah! 2 moss fung legs, as befit works. Ah, to have neither more nor less expected of us is more than we can provide. There is no greater joy. You see, for there is to be an honor in a task, we must receive precisely what is worth. Too little means you belittle our abilities, too much means you question our integrity. You've given me a fitting payment, so my services are at your disposal. Shall I begin by inspecting your equipment? Actually, yeah, it's been probably a while since we repaired. I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for the materials, I am pleased to say that all your arms and armor may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, however, there is no need for hurrying. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin for which you may pay me when you desire to have the work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Oh, and if you mean to offer me patronage to another, may I suggest he is Yuf? Yonder? Screw it, we're going with that. Judging by your equipment, it is plain that you are no stranger to battle. I believe Yuskov will have something to offer. Wait, when did I repair it last? That's weird. Anyway. This is basically the one that I really had the difficulty with. Ah, to be so many men visit once. This is a joyous day indeed. If it please you, please give us your patronage. As my patron, I ask that you remove the noxious mushrooms that grow in our cave. Flame spores, they are called. You attend to them with magic, except they leave behind a harmful ash. We have no choice but to pluck them one at a time. Now you'll be curious as to what I have to offer. I am a purveyor of wares that will aid you in your travels. In exchange for your payment, I will give you my choicest items. Flaming spores. Is it up here? Hey. Yes. Helps if you look all the way. Oh. Damn it. Ah. Jumping puzzles, my bane. Do. Oh. You've already removed the flame spores? How quick you are. Oh, but did you perchance search the western entrance as well? I'm told there are more that have cropped up in that area. Awesome. All that way just for one. And what are you doing? I wasn't spying on you or anything. I just finished my task and I should go back and report. Yeah, she's afraid of enraging her helicopter father. Ah, you've returned. Have you dealt with the flame spores by the western entrance as well? Excellent. No more poisonous spores to irritate our noses, for a little while at least. Oh dear, I believe I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron again, it reminds me of the old days, fairy even days. I would carry my wares to the castle and offer in exchange for man's patronage. Back then, the castle wasn't called Ithgia. The Vorbirds built it, and they named it Grunslicht. It was their last bastion in the struggle against the Sin Eaters, and now they're all gone. All of them. Nobles and knights and common folk alike. Enough of reminiscing. I must give you what you've earned. And if you desire anything else I possess, I would gladly offer them to you for a fitting price, of course, of course. Sport. Oh my god, I just read that quest name. These devs and their stupid quest name puns. Now, will you be offering your patronage to anyone else? If you were, so would you consider Weedlat? They've been under the weather of late, and a chance to perform an honorable task would cheer them up. Get their tag waggling. Ah, freebies. Sweet. What? You'd be my patron. But I can't do anything for you. Lawless once took my invisible ink. And without it, I can't make my arcane wares. Who are these lawless ones? They're Numo like us, except they've turned their backs on values. Curs without honor, they are. They refuse to work, instead spending their time cavorting and making nuisances of themselves. It was when I was outside for a walk that they set upon me and robbed me of my possessions, the ink included. I was too weak to resist them, but you, mortal, you look quite strong. You think you could take back my ink from those villains? If you do this, I will consider it your patronage. And by way of my service, I will make something very special. Excuse me, Saphrine, but I couldn't help overhearing. If you mean to undertake this task, will ye let me accompany you? I would learn from you, and help in what little way I can. Thank you so much. All its ones make their way lair to the south, inside a cave called Father's Collared Chambers. They took many vials of ink, and I would be grateful if you could bring back as many as possible.
All right. Let's see what we can do. Oh, that one is massively far away. Now it's time for the trek across the land. Honestly, ignoring the monsters, this is one of the most aesthetically pleasing areas. Which is odd, because I would think Lakeland would be the better one. Where is your entrance? Father's Colored Chambers through here. I peered inside, and sure enough, it was milling with Numa. They looked none too friendly. If Thancred were here, he'd tell me to go about it quiet and quickly. Let us split up. I'll find all the ink I can and then come back outside. See you shortly, Saphrine. Orcsies. That's 1. This is 2. Wait, where the... Oh, don't tell me it's up there. Shit. Always have to make it difficult, huh? Alright, that's all 3. Let's meet up with not Amphilia. Bum, 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 bum. Looks like she made it out fine.
Oh, thank goodness. There you are. Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe.
Yeah.
I haven't seen much actual combat, so I was a little nervous, but I'm happy I could help. The Minfilius before me battled Sin Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world. I didn't know how to live, let alone fight. Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens. I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me. Because I'm not her. I'm not his Minfilia.
That's his problem, not yours.
Once, we journeyed to Nabatha Reng together, to the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then... I'm not sure what happened after that. I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all. It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded. There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence, though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you, because I knew that was what she wanted. But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something, or bring you to someone, or somewhere? I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach.
Why? Why did you imprison us? Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair. Come. Come and play with us.
Oh god, I love this expansion.
It came from the castle. This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Numo. I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
God, that was great. Oh. Yeah. I really love using that cinematic effect this time around. Mercy, Your Majesty, we had no choice. Please forgive us. Oh, Jew, my ink. Were you able to retrieve it? Ah, yes, this is the ink. Almost all of it. When our king spoke to me, my day went from bad to worse, but thanks to you, it's simply bad again. What? You had the vision too? Oh, woe is us. Ordinarily, when a living being turns into a sin eater, it loses everything about its mind that it defined it. However, the king has retained some of their instincts. This manifests in the desire to play and be free. So strong is that desire, it often leaks through the seal to invade our consciousness. For a long time, we had ignored it, but we can't do so forever. But forgive me, I was going to thank you for reuniting me with my ink. You did exactly as I asked you to do, so I shall give you my services as I promised. And nothing up my sleeve, and voila, may it serve you well. I mean, 3 tickets ain't bad. Ah, there's nothing like honorable work. Thanks again for giving me the opportunity. Oh, I should mention that Elder when Enoch returned a moment ago. If you seek them out, I dare say they'll have tidings for you. Alright, can we have the orb now? Oh. Ah, there you are. I'm informed that you've been an excellent patron of our people. For that, you have my thanks. Now then, you will be pleased to hear that we have come to a decision regarding the scepter. If you would gather your companions, I will deliver our answer. Okay. Before I begin... Oh, almost lost that one. Please allow me to express my gratitude for your kind patronage. Having been deprived of our purpose for so long, our people are overjoyed at being able to serve again. But on the other hand, of the stone stepper, during our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we will never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from her torment. In light of this, we have decided to entrust their fate to you. Take it, the stone scepter of the Numa. Oh, this makes 3 relics. One more and we can arrange a meeting with the warden.
Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as regards your foe. Know that Titania is not a name, but a title bestowed upon the one chosen to lead the pixies by the grace of the nature. This leader, upon Ilmeg's founding, arose as ruler of all faith folk to bring our order to a righteous kind. In our turn, we faith folk render our blessing unto the nature, unto wood, water, and wind, that our king might further be empowered. Though they became a sin eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full fury of nature. Oh dear. Is there anything else that we should know? Anything else? Huh. Only that if you feel unready for the challenge, and none here would blame you for it, you're welcome to remain on us a while longer. After all, I myself have yet to enjoy your patronage, and who knows when I will next have the chance. We would see that you are comfortable, of course, and doing all in our power to make you feel at home, hey? Oh.
Guess it's gonna hurt.
Honestly, I look away for a moment at every fairy and their nuance tries to steal my sapling from me. This is my sapling, mine, do you hear? Not yours, not the fourth's, and anyone else so much as thinks trying to seduce her will wish they hadn't.
The final relic is a pair of shoes wrought of crystal. They are held in the Amaro's safekeeping at their settlement in Rolkiadorf. It beareth mentioning that these Amaro are none like those which thou hast heretofore encountered. Owing to a particularity of evolution, they are capable of speech, and thus we might negotiate with them as we have the faithful.
Though it saddens us to see you leave, we wish you well on your way. When you arrive in Welkeldorf, seek out the largest of the Ismaro. His name is Seto, and he is their leader, and the bearer of the relic.
And no, his last name is not Kaiba.
Here we go again.
All right, 4 more. More to go. If only we could go and enjoy the dungeon.
Who am I kidding?
He is not that big. Enormous seems like an insult. Seto, we have come to duel. Our bird? Oh, forgive. I was having a dream. Seldom do men visit us. What brings you to our village? Did I hear you all right? You desire the crystal shoes, that you may confront the Light Warden? No, no, you mustn't think such thoughts. Even if you are indeed immune to the light's corruption, as you claim, vanquishing the king will bring you naught but sorrow. Forget this folly. Return whence you came. While we appreciate your concern, we have no choice in the matter. Will you not reconsider? Come, my friend, let us leave him with his thoughts. Tis harder by far to change the minds of those who mean they well when they mean ill. Forgive me, but I'm not sure I understand. And little wonder, 'tis the first time thou hast set foot here. 'Twould behoove you to learn something of the nature of this community. I think there is no surer way than to speak with its members. In such wise, you will come to understand that Seto's reasoning for refusal us, and I hope gain an insight into how he may yet be persuaded. So I bid ye seek out the Amaro and make yourselves known unto them. A gentle touch shall suffice by way of a greeting. Right. Not good, not good. Do we get to pet the Amaros? Please tell me we get to pet them. Well now, it is not often that we are visited by men, much less unglamored ones. I assure you this outfit is a glamour. What brings you so far from your own kind? Oh, wait, I was supposed to pet him. My bad. Ah, how long has it been since I last felt a man's touch? If this were any other creature, that would be taken way out of context. I cannot help but be reminded of my master's hand. He was a knight of Obrant, a noble and valiant soul. But like so many others, he died fighting the Sinitos. Though he is long departed, I remained in this land out of respect for his memory. That tickles enough. I'd never had a master. I'm not accustomed to it. Not that I dislike your kind, you understand. On the contrary, we Amara were bred to be fond of men. In the beginning, we were all of mindless beasts, but then a mage of Rondka gave us the gift of intelligence, that we might better serve our masters. After the Empire fell, those with the gift eventually died out. On rare occasions, however, we are born with the seed of our ancestors in us. If we live long enough amongst men, the seed may quicken, restoring the power of speech to us amongst those. So it was with me, though I never had a master, as I told you. Imbus. There's a powerful name. Vidar, what's happening? Why am I being patted? It is wonderful. Seldom do we have the chance to enjoy the attentions of men. Your kind are loath to come here for fear of the faithful. But then we are faithful too. When we first made our home here, we swore an oath to the Fairy King. See, 'tis easy to forget sometimes. Nope. Thou hast peered into the hearts of the Amara, I take it? Then thou cannot choose but to sin as the intense and abiding love they bear for the men. It is out of concern for our welfare, not scorn, that Seto seeketh to dissuade us from confronting their king. Yet confront their king we must, and to that end we must needs have the crystal shoes. Saphrine, might I prevail upon thee to confer with Seto in private? The task of slaying the Light Warden will ultimately be thine, and it is for thee I believe that he worrieth the most. Tell him of thine many great deeds, spoken earnest, thy words may yet move him to change his mind. Can we duel now? You have spoken with mine brethren? Then you see it is not out of scorn that I deny you the relic. I simply cannot bear to see men fight and die. Not anymore. None of us can. To lose one who has placed a gentle hand on us, even once, fills our hearts with untold sorrow, as my brothers and sisters will readily attest. I cannot give you the time stone on a promise. Why am I to make of such declarations? Tell me, why do you wish this? This land is no longer meant to fight, nor will your doing so compel the faithfolk to change. And in order to obtain the other relics, you will have already paid the due price. Not more is owed. Why then would you risk all to face our fallen king? To do the impossible. pierce the heavens. What did you say? The very words. Could it be mere coincidence? Very well. You may believe what you say, but we shall see if you have the strength to do it. Sin Eaters have been prowling in the area of late. Prove yourself against them, and I will consider giving you the relic. See that you are well prepared, then meet me in the clearing to the east. There I will lure out the fiends that you may slay them. To the east! Elijah? Over here. I will use my voice to lure out the Cinders, as I once did when I hunted with an old friend. A feeble cry for the ravenous, a mighty roar for the territorial. I still remember the tricks. But come, we begin at your signal. Ready then? Very well. Come forth. Or not. Are you happy? You made short work of those creatures, I will not deny it. I have seen enough. Let us return to Waldorf. By the ease of which you slew those Sin-Eaters, I see that you are capable. However, I still require time to think. And if you should be willing, there is a favor I would ask of you. Dun, 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 dun. Please tell me the favor is pending. This is not a test of your strength, but a personal request. Please hear my tale. A while ago, I fought Sin-Eaters who wandered into Ilmag. In the heat of battle, I dropped a prized possession, a medallion. Of all the places that it should fall, it was Longmirror Lake. We Amaro are not fond of water. We are certainly cannot dive very deep. I briefly entertained the thought of turning to the Fwath, but they are more likely to keep the medallion out of mischief than return it to me. I had despaired of retrieving my treasure, but having seen what you are capable of, perhaps you would be able to find it. While I ponder your request for the shoes, will you not go and search for my medallion? If it should elude even you, then I will accept that it is gone forever. Alright. Searching for lost trinkets is kind of a pastime of ours. It is literally in the middle of nowhere. Little further. Even though we can't fly in the zone just yet, we can fly underwater. Alright, where would this thing be? Fell through that hole, huh? Right. Enough screwing around. Use one of the freebies we got. So you returned. How fared your search?
Ah, my medallion! You found it! Oh, I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession. A gift from a dear departed soul. He was a traveler, and together we journeyed to the ends of the world and back again. When I was young. In those days, I could not speak. But we found joy in each other's company nonetheless. Oh, the memories. This medallion he found during an adventure. Fashioned it into a necklace for me, his partner in crime. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy. His name was Artbert, and he was my friend.
Ardbert, thou sayest?
Everyone blamed him for the flood, him and his comrades. Some few spoke up for them, of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse. It was too much to bear, and
And so I left behind men and their lies, and came to this place. Ardbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help. It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet, he was a good man. He deserved to be happy. I wish I could have told him that, at least. You remind me of him. Your kindness. When we Amaro were created, we were granted the ability to perceive souls. Thus did we recognize our masters. That ability has long since faded from our kind. But due perhaps to my reversion, I can see your soul. Faintly, but surely. It is reminiscent of Ardbert's. Strikingly so.
Funny you should say that.
Of course, you are you and no one else. We are defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path we walk. Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel that this is more than mere coincidence. Which is why I will place my faith in you. The relic. It is yours.
There's trouble! Terrible trouble!
Has something happened at Lida Loran?
Together with the twins, we were playing tricks on some nasty mortals to stop them from setting foot in Ilmeg. At first they ran off screaming, which was lots of fun.
Of course.
But then a scary, bony, wrinkly old mortal came along and spoiled everything. None of our tricks seemed to work on him, which is no fun at all. And now they're getting closer and closer.
Ranjit. If he manages to find his way in, all our efforts will have been for naught.
As thou sayest. Should we be discovered ere our mission here is complete, and the Light Warden yet liveth, our task will be rendered nigh impossible. If we are to prevail, we must needs divide our forces. Thus do I propose the following. Whilst thou salliest forth to meet with the Light Warden, we shall join in the effort to obstruct the trespassers. Should we succeed in staying their advance, all the better. Yet even should we fail, if we can but delay our enemy's arrival long enough for thee to secure victory, our plan may still be deemed a success.
So the moment the lights go out, we all beat a hasty retreat, yes?
And leave the Fae to themselves?
Let me come with you. I have the blessing too.
No, Minfelia. You'll only get underfoot. Now come.
Jeez, Thagrid.
I wish there were more I could do. Please be careful.
There's a difference between protective and control. Forgive me. It seems my indecision has cost you precious time. But I am convinced you will triumph. To the south, you will find a bridge to Lianjia. As the bearer of the four relics, the gate to the castle will open to you. All right. Let's head on over there. Wait, is that an S ring? No. No, that's just a fate. Never mind. Perfect. 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 Did nothing and was victorious. That because I'm definitely not coming back to this castle. Knock, knock. The gate has recognized you as the bearer of all relics. The seal is broken. And all that remains is to enter the castle and confront Titania, a bearer befit of reason and mercy. It is sure to be a fierce, ferocious battle, but if anyone can bring an end to our king's torment, it is you. Yet know this, my adorable sapling, though we Fae folk may appear to live unfettered lives, there are still laws that bind us. To take back as much as is taken, to create as much as is destroyed, to give as much as is received. In all things, balance must be preserved, and the same will be asked of you. But worry not, what may come, your beautiful branch will ever be at your side. It is an impressive castle, and now we have the trial.
let's see how bad today is. Oh, that's painful. But to be expected. Right. I'm gonna take care of something for just a moment. Chances are, by the time I come back, that will almost be ready to be done. Yes. Sorry about that. Alright. Now, while that's doing its thing, let's see, where are we in the currents? Is there one left? To the south. Since we obviously have time to kill, let's go find this last one. There it is. Let's see. That's still work. Yep. Alright. Looks like everything is actually in its place this time. Considering how scuffed the rest of the week's streams have been. Bum, 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 bum.
Morning, Adam. Hope things are going well with you. Hope you're doing good. And if you want to join for it, that's on you. About halfway there. So it'll happen when it happens. It's a slow Saturday. And honestly, we're at the, what is it called? The end of the expansion lull. Honestly, a lot of people are taking a break from 14 by the looks of it. Yep. Oh, it doesn't show there. That's interesting. Gotta take down the king of the castle. Now it's a flower. So we have a botanist and a miner. Yeah, their queue system is wonky at best. Someday, probably the next big patch will have the, hopefully, we'll have the cross data center queue system. Last I checked, it's still only on Japan, though. That's you. Wow, nobody's out here. Yep, that defines it. DPSQ pop. Ah, that's a joke. at 2 p.m. U.S. Eastern on a Saturday. If the game wasn't in a low population state, people would be out doing their savage and extreme statics. But unfortunately, as much I don't want to disparage the game, but this happens at the end of every expansion, where you have a drop off of population. Just look at Party Finder. Ignore the others. There is only 4 groups set up. So yeah. It's to be expected. This is why I do dungeons with duty support. On top of the fact that duty support is also lore relative. And there's an atom. There, unfortunately, is a lost city. I want to say this was relevant to something. Oh, Brian, that really reminds me. Even though people will criticize that they're making duty support more and more for certain dungeons, it is nice, especially for the lower ones, to have them available. The downside is that for the NPCs, they do have to lessen the difficulty of the dungeons, which is what happened with AV and Darkhold in the last update. Yeah, duty support does help with that. Although, if you go with the, the Aether Crystal Trial duty support, the NPCs can screw up on those mechanics. Oh, tanking duty support is the best way to learn wall-to-walls, in my opinion. Because if you can have one of the bad NPC healers keep you alive in a wall-to-wall, you'll do fine in normal dungeons with a decent healer. Grand Company is something completely different. Those NPCs are idiots. Oh, they have left the Grand Company. I think they abandoned that back with 1.0, making any updates to it, honestly. That system is so out of date. Even though it technically goes up into Heaven's Ward level. No. Well, yeah, there is that option, but you can also go into ARR and Heaven's Ward dungeons with your Grand Company crew. Basically lead your troops, if you will. Yeah. Sadly, they are idiots when it comes to the dungeons. Their healers are so... Actually, here's the thing with Grand Company. The Grand Company dungeons. They have not updated the NPC skill sets. So you'll see the healers and the arcanists using the spells back from, like, ARR era. So they're not conjurers as we know them currently. So their healing abilities are underpowered. Their tanking abilities are garbage. The DPS is the only good thing, and that's just the, I think it's the Thaumaturge. They're the best. But yeah, Grand Company is excessively old school when you look at skill sets. They use stuff that doesn't exist anymore. At least with duty support and now trust system, they use modernized spells. Albeit nobody AoEs except for Cryo. I forget. It's either the Arcanist or the Thaumaturge that has the most powerful abilities. But yeah. What was it? I think Ninja we didn't get until Heaven's Ward, which is why it never got into Grand Company. I think Red Mage came then as well. But yeah, that system, the whole Grand Company system, even the turn-ins and whatnot, is so out of date. What is it? You cannot go past captain rank, by the way. So all of these ranks have been empty for years. I want to say it's been since Heaven Ward, since you cap out a captain. That is how out of date Grand Company is. And I don't see them doing any enhancements to it because the story is going away from Eorze. They're not going to do anything, you know, to do that because it doesn't fit the lore, which is sad. Let's see, blue is at 80, which means we'll be getting Endwalker abilities. Huh. What would be good Endwalker spells? Can't think of any, really. It's always interesting to see what they choose.
that fight. Oh. I don't think Berlin's happened. July 25th. So 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks. What was it? They're announcing the range class, I believe, there as well. Who needs healers? Just give us warriors, we'll be fine. Yeah, I think they said the range was going to be announced first. And then the tank will be at the next one. Even though everybody knows who the tank is. The tank is rumored. Let me say this. The tank is rumored to be dual shields. If you remember back in ARR, the guy you fight at Cape Westwind with the 2 arm shields. One of Gaius's followers, basically. Rhydon, I think his name was. Tank changes? When it comes to dungeons, I doubt it'll matter. When it comes to raids and trials, that'll probably where you see the difference. The way I see the tank changes is the way I see the healers currently. Because you have a pure and a shield healer. And the shield is basically your off healers at the point. So if you look at it, tanks going that route as well, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, obviously everybody who plays a tank other than Paladin is pissed, but... Speaking of healers, where the hell is everyone? That's insane. Yo. And we got shuffled to a different one. Awesome. Probably means someone at a lower level got queued up. And let's see if it actually hits. Oh, I take it back. Usually it takes 2 tries.
Come on. Let the beat drop. Oh, don't say that name. I hate that fight. Start with the raid line. You get the little circly ringy. Absolutely not. I've done the normal version, and that's a savage, so no. Plus, you know how trash I am in Ultimate, so there's no chance. I would call that scraping by. Oh, you evil tank. Oh, that's good. Really? She had to just drop the AoE right as he dashed in. Okay, we're doing this. Good luck to the tanks. And in case you're wondering, yes, Titania is a size king.
That's gonna suck. And just for the record, that knockback actually plays a massive part in the extreme. Alright, I'm gonna be the jerk. Don't move. Yep. And
We can play no more.
the king falls. In case anyone's wondering, if you happen to miss those mist ruins on the ground, they spawn ads. In the extreme, there will actually be 8 of those portals for people to stand on, so it hurts when somebody misses their spot. And if you don't kill the ads in time, they'll actually throw a massive fire dot on the raid. And there is the night. All alone.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak.
But
the dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose. For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king. The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place.
no, thank you.
However, should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do.
my adorable sapling, my precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see, to sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden, that is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
And to think that the others called her mad.
Kinla, Ilichla, Ilmek, Okbra. Now, shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Show them what a king is capable of.
Confound it! How did they get here so fast?
Damn these pixies and their tricks!
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to Yulmore. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Don't shame on her attire.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life? If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. But no longer.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
Look! The sky! She's done it. The warrior of darkness has triumphed.
General? What are our orders? What do we do?
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the Warrior of Darkness.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said...
What's happening?
This is the part where you run away.
Water? That wasn't there before.
Orwai Kansasi, Orwai Kinsi.
What's the matter with you? Get a hold of yourselves, damn it! General, they come in greater numbers. We must retreat.
All who stand with a Warrior of Darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
And that is why Ilmeg will never be conquered.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Feaul volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Feaul, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wished to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fae folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present. We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter. To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Ilmeg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength. In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call. Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would Isnefis.
I get a beautiful branch and none of you do. Wow, they made a mess of everything there. All right. Never for a moment did I doubt that you would triumph over thine foe. Yet the majesty of thine achievement delighted me nonetheless. Night hath returned to Ilmeg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom, and averting the 8th umbral calamity. 'Tis but a pity thou wert not present to see the Fey folk put the Ilmorans to flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. But to what valuable allies they might prove, were they the mood only to take them. I knew you could do it, and not only because of your blessing, you have the strength after all of your own, as it has seen us through many a trial. With the warden defeated, I believe our work here is done. It is time we were going. Together, needless to say. To the bitter end. The fate of our two worlds being at stake and all that. Now then, I suggest we hurry back to the Mysterium. Much more have happened while we were frolicking with the Fey folk. That Ranjit elected to pursue us makes me hopeful the city was spared Yulmor's attentions, but I would sooner see for myself. Besides, I believe I speak for all of us when I say that I have had a belly full of Ilmeg. Let us away before the fairies think to play with us again. I love how the twins react to that. One ticket remains. It's close enough. Wrong way. Well, at least it's not burning.
All seems well at the Crystarium.
Yes. Yulmor was plainly more concerned with finding us. How flattering.
You certainly took your time. I had half resolved to complete the task myself.
Finally!
And you are...
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page. Though By rights, its youth should long since have faded.
Well, well, we have a historian in our midst. That spares me a lengthy explanation. I am Solus Sos Galvus, founding father of the Garlean Empire, and under various guises, the architect of myriad other imperially inclined nations. As for my true identity, I am Emmett Selk, Ascian.
Gaius spoke of you, a native of the Source.
Equal in rank to La Habrea. And you came all this way just to introduce yourself to us?
I don't think Ascians are above the Source, technically.
Behold the sky, restored to its former glory. Have you ever seen a more affecting spectacle? Oh, it is truly, deeply infuriating. Do you have any idea how much you have delayed the rejoining?
Fun fact.
Following the flood, the First had been listing ever further towards the light, towards stasis. The end was in sight. Enter man and his indomitable spirit. He would haul the world back from the brink. And adding his lumpen weight to the power of growth, he duly tipped the scales, if only by a fraction. Yet a fraction was enough to spoil the perfect imbalance needed to bring about a rejoining.
I'm down.
Had mankind continued to live in idleness under Vorthri's rule, all the conditions would have been met.
Watch your blood pressure, old man.
But you had to come and ruin it all. Thanks to your meddling, light supremacy is in doubt, and our painstakingly laid plans are in tatters.
Well, I should begin by thanking you for confirming Urianger's theories on the inner workings of the Calamity. He will be most pleased. As for what happens next, might I suggest you admit defeat and walk away?
Happy to let me go, are you? Because the murderous glint in your eye suggests otherwise. Indeed, it is enough to make me think better of confronting you alone. Look, it did cross my mind to simply side with Vorthri and kill you all. But that's no different from what La Habrea did. And we all know how well that ended for him. And so, while it is liable to be troublesome, I have settled upon a different approach. Cooperation. I will not raise a hand to hinder your hunt for the Light Wardens. If you desire it, I will even lend you my knowledge and strength.
In exchange for?
Since time immemorial, you and yours have labored to rejoin the 13 shards, at the cost of countless lives. Do you expect us to believe that your objective has suddenly changed?
Nay, our objective is the same as it ever was. Though I dare say, you do not know our motive. A war waged without knowledge of the enemy is no war. It is mere bloodletting. Just once, might we not seek to find common ground? For good or ill, I am immortal. Provided I have the inclination, I can always begin anew, scheme and conspire to my heart's content.
of every hour of every day.
But this time I thought that I might instead try to see eye to eye, to understand what drives the hero of the Source, to determine if our goals are truly incompatible. So come, shed your preconceptions. See beyond the unscrupulous villains you take us for. When all is said and done, we may find ourselves pleasantly surprised. The proud discoverers of a path of cooperation rather than opposition. Think of it.
Really?
Thou hast delivered thy proposal, and we would not dismiss it outright. If I may offer thee counsel, however, to make thy case via an illusion reflecteth poorly upon thy sincerity.
My apologies. You will forgive me if I'm not entirely at ease in the presence of a famed Ascian Slayer. I felt it only prudent to take precautions. Nonetheless, your counsel is duly noted. I take my leave, friends. Rest assured, we shall meet again soon.
The wave. Oh. It's only gonna get better. I did that. Cooperation? He can't be serious, can he? Well, we've certainly given much to ponder. But first things first, we should report to the Exarch. You can run along, Saphrine. We are perfectly capable of handling this little task. In light of your recent excursions, I say you've earned a rest. Go on, take yourself to bed now. We'll see you later, refreshed and ready for more. Yes, mother. Alright. Off to bed. Dun, 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 dun. I hope the past few days have not been overly taxing. Pray take your rest and recover. I will never understand the no crust.
From the
Sandwiches.
Exarch, is it? With that mirror of his, he can watch your every move, you know. You probably think you're talking to yourself.
Well, technically he wouldn't be wrong.
Still, he's keeping you well fed. Judging by his people's faith in him, he seems to be a decent sort. But so much about him remains shrouded in mystery. Like, what was he doing back in my day? There was no such person when I was around. A lot's happened since the flood, though. Since I was set adrift. I know little more than you do of this city's history and the Exarch's past. Not that it matters. It's Emmett Selk we should be concerned about. When our world was about to be consumed by light, the Ascian in white appeared before us. He said that the only way for us to live on was to bring about the rejoining. Desperate as we were, we heeded his words, not realizing that the flood was of the Ascian's own making. They cannot be trusted. None of them. But Emmett Selk had one thing right. One should not fight blindly. That's what we did. And it cost us everything we held dear.
That's what is pretty fucked. So, tell us about Seto.
What about Seto? What is there to say? All right. He's done some growing. When we were traveling together, he was nowhere near as big. And he obviously couldn't speak. I had no idea how much that medallion meant to him. What about you, anyway? You must have a friend like Seto. Chocobo, perhaps? Come on, you tell me something for a change.
And you didn't touch the fruit. Bad. Bad, bad girl. All right. Oh boy, that was a long trip through. Through Ilmeg. First, we had to rescue the Oracle of Light from Umor because she got herself captured again like a true princess. And we had to deal with the Pixies and the Fwath and the Numo and Yamaro just to go and usurp the corrupted king. But with another Light Orton down, we have brought darkness to the world once again. Since that is actually not a bad thing this time around. But with that chapter done, we are going to call it here. Next time around, we have 2 Light Wardens remaining, and we have 1 Scion still unaccounted for. And now we have an Ascian who wants to what do you want to call it? Admire our posse as we vainly, in his words, continue our quest to prevent the rejoining. So that'll be for next time and beyond. But as for us here at the corner, check if anybody is up. No. Yeah, we will just be calling it on that one. So, as always, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.